That's a huge advantage now that I think about it. Like massive. Because now I understand.
Also, not just I don't know. Does your iPhone have a home button?
Yep.
Okay, so that makes the screen shorter, and I feel like they're like the same width. So mine has like a thinner width to it, which means like side to side is like relatively a smaller distance. So maybe it can move quicker. I don't know.
That
but
could
you shoot more shots and
purposefully. I take blind shots all the time because I know I have to do it faster.
Okay.
But okay, so that makes sense now why archery is the way it is, and it also makes sense why I have played archery. Well, I've played archery against people, and we played 3 rounds. Like usually, if you and I play, a 50 in 1 round is really good. 50 is really good in quick draw. It's like very good. Usually, we get in the 40s. I played a guy though that got like 75 every single time. And that made me give up on the game because I used to think I was good at it, but then I played somebody who botted themselves, and once I saw that it could be botted, it was like, oh, I stand no chance at winning at like being very good at this against good competition. Okay,
There's always someone better than you.
yeah, except live streaming.
That's true. That's why I say virtually.
I know, and that's legitimate. Okay, so like how much more time do you need? Um, a legitimate 4 minutes or so. You're like, why?
I was gonna say Scrabble. Yeah, the vowels. If you want to get vowels, I'll try to at least play. Try to play like five. And try to pick just a decent like 10 points or something. Because I'm good at like it's basically like I could stop at 3 tiles if you want to keep the vowel like I'll keep it deep. Like you need vowels. The most vowels you can stop is 4. So if you can get rid of 4 tiles, then you're basically lost.
Hold on. Why did you just say the most amount of vowels you can swap is 4?
Because assuming you have the all vowels, like the 7 vowels, you probably want to keep some keep the good vowels. You get rid of the high keep like or like maybe only 2, probably. But I'm assuming there's 3. Keep at least like 2 or 3 vowels that small rest. Not vowels. I think it's better to just play 4 tiles instead of just squat.
Absolutely. Yeah. Exactly. Even if you're going to get like a small amount of points, even if it's 2 or 3 points, that's 2 or 3 points you didn't have. And well, what I'm coming to the realization of, and I'm not guaranteeing this, but like in example of literality is if you, it's become like Dice Party, where like Dice Party, if you get five of the same number or whatever, you're not
You just win.
you're not guaranteed to win, but if you do it twice, I've never seen anyone get it twice and not. And that's kind of the same with literati a little bit. Would you rather? Okay, This is an interesting thing. Okay, would you rather? Can we agree, basically, that if you got a Q and I got a J, those are both worth 10, and I got an X and you got a J, those are both worth 8, and you got a blank and I got a blank, that's basically as even a match as it can get. Without going without going into S's. Without going into S's. Yes, and one blank. Yeah, whatever it is. So we're in agreement. That's like and ideally the S's were split and everything else is kind of random. Can we agree that's the most fair way to do it?
Yeah.
Okay. And are there 4 S's in the game? I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look at it right now.
Probably like makes it even every time in about 4 minutes. That's the time. I could also make like the 3. Literally like change the grid size, make it 8 by 8. Diagonals allowed, are allowed. You can change playing workout is allowed. You can change the actual word lists themselves. Get rid of all the Turkish words.
So I heard you were gonna say Hebrew, and I agree. Latin, all that. There are 4 S's. So that's a good thing to know. I A lot of people ask me why you stream on so many different platforms. So I have different streams, but like 50% of the time, not 50, but like 20% of the time I live stream. The stream, for one reason or another, doesn't even go. And it's not anything that I've done wrong. It's like the app crashes or it's just like a blank screen or whatever. Okay, I need 3 minutes to just like
YouTube.
YouTube can get disconnected. Sometimes it doesn't always come. YouTube's probably the most. Maybe. Okay, I need to adjust my camera here. Give me 3 minutes. All right. Can you hear me?
Unless you break a nice word. Well, what's the background noise? Okay.
That's wild. I have this point all the time. 4-7. You never comment now.
No, it's good.
Well, what the fuck is this shit?
They're right. And then the long version, like the
I just
reading words though, and sometimes I'm just it would give you not a lot of words. You,
And they can do, and they can do, yes, yes.
you still talking to me?
Yeah.
So is there someone who
What it's
over.
I thought you were
Or just
up down. It's like up down but more than 20 points. How is that? I don't know. Then I thought you were gonna play something like Giant. Oh man, with an R in it. This is
with I am for sure.
probably
You gotta do it.
just yeah, I got one. But that is it was the one where I think I told you. I don't think you recorded it. And I kept asking him like, hey, when is it gonna air or whatever? He said, yeah. It was just an introduction discussion. Okay. And then the one that canceled, or he just scheduled it. And I haven't checked it out. You know, so that, yeah. I got it. Cute. I got it. That's garbage. I even got double M. Double M, dog. Double M. I'm waiting on the garbage. That's how you want to do that? Keep me up all fucking night. I'm tired. I am also
I like to burn a shot.
Got that?
If you wish.
Of course. So, got a podcast. It's got Big Brown Breakdown. Is he does live stream just to give you an idea of how many people he really has watching him in comparison to like if you look at his numbers are like every week. It's always 40,000, 40,000, 40,000. And now when he has a live stream, 1,000. So that tells me like
That's a lot.
1,000 people. No, not at once. Not at once. No. The ones he ever had at once. No, he has 1,000 total watches. So, and it was his first stream ever. So you would think that would have like what do you say?
Real live people watching live.
No, I think he bought it for 200. Well, it just when he went live, there were like 250 people automatic. And maybe it wasn't that. But
Did you join at the start? And how fast were the scroll?
joined it like within the first 5 minutes it started. Comments were going extremely quickly because you let anybody mention anything they want. That's when I got my question in there. But then they figured out how to make it member only and get the score. Well, he wants to make money on this. So that's
You're gonna get more engagement.
yeah, but
Can you say comment?
no. Yeah, well, the thing is, it becomes hot when he lets anybody chat. They're asking him about all the chicks he used to fuck and why he had to his house and why his relationship with his business partner sucks. They'll ask about the truck giveaways.
Seriously, the one that takes control. It's basically
I think it would. Um, this one. He's kind of invited. He's been a bully to people in the past. Like, there's like a kid who does Twitch. He's like a Twitch live stream. This was like, nevertheless, this month. So there'll be a Twitch streamer who made like, let's say, $100,000 a year just for live streams. Let's say this Twitch streamer is like 60 years old or something. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's real cool. But here's the big question. How many chicks did you fuck? 0. It's like, this kid's like 60 years old. Like, don't like pressure on him. And so whenever anybody like talks to him, they'll use that quote. And oh yes, this is what they want. It's a total douchebag story. It's like maybe of all the stories, it's maybe the worst, aside from cheating on his wife and stuff. And it's really not that it's bad, but it's not that bad. So he was playing on the car and he had a roommate, and he was eating all of the roommate's food that the roommate had purchased, and it was pissing the roommate off. And Brendan telling him it's not even the roommate. And so the roommate started putting labels on all of his food, little post-its, basically saying, "Don't eat my food." And Brendan came home and saw that there were post-its everywhere. So he ate all that food, ended up throwing the rest of it out. And then when the roommate came home, he's like, "What the fuck, man? Like, I'm supposed to eat my food." And Brendan was like, "What are you gonna do about it?" And the roommate's like, "Look, I'm not gonna do it." He's like, "Oh yeah, well, this place is only big enough for 2 of us. What are you gonna do about it?" He's like, "Dude, I'm not gonna fight with Brendan." And the guy says to Brendan, "I'm not gonna fight." And Brendan takes a big hawks it up and spits in the guy's face. And the guy's like, "I'm not gonna fight with him." And basically the guy called his mom or something and was like, "Look, I can't stand this guy. He
and was like, "Hey, you owe him an apology, and you need to buy him a food bag. That's not right." And Brendan's like, "Just hung up on me." And so, in Brendan and his roommate's lease, there was one parking spot, and the roommate did not have a car, only Brendan did. So the roommate started utilizing that parking spot for his bicycle. Basically, like, hey, if you're going to be a dick to me, then I'm going to start using all the parts of what the car is. So Brendan had to park his vehicle, for by on the street, and that vehicle got broken into. So Brendan comes in and is like, "Oh, it's on." He's like, "I'm pissed off. My fucking vehicle got broken into. We don't know who did it, but it wouldn't have gotten broken into if you had parked your bike." And he took his roommate, threw him through a glass window, and his roommate was on the football team as well. And Brendan went to practice that day and told everybody on the team about it. As Brendan was a great storyteller, and he thought he was going to get thrown off the football team, and the coach called him in and was like, "I wish other people on this team had that type of like aggressiveness, whatever." And they called the police, like roommate. Brendan was a football player; they weren't going to do anything to him, and that's kind of like the douchiest story that he has. But everybody just kind of puts that over because he was a complete douche. And then the next week, after he told this on air, on Fox, on like their Fox podcast, when it was a big podcast, one of their fans wrote in, like, "Hey guys, I used to love the broadcast, but when Brendan told that story last week, it really made me lose a lot of respect for him because he seemed to not have treated his roommate the right way. His roommate just did what a reasonable person would do, which is smart, label their stuff and ask for like just general human dignity. And Brendan was a dick to him. And I just don't think that's cool since you're a listener. And Brendan's like either says something along the lines of, if that doesn't work for you, then this isn't the podcast. Basically, this is what happened, telling a story, and go listen to something." And he said that to other people too. But there was a veteran who wrote into their podcast. He's like, "Look, I don't think it was cool. Something that you had did." And Brendan's like, "That's cool. You don't need this is a podcast." And have I ever done anything that mean? Like, no, but I'm sure I haven't been perfect. I couldn't. Even just like they could be like, "Every single night, this guy's nice enough and play games with you. All you do is shit talk him and say the chant here, all this other bullshit, and you're just such a dick for doing it." And I could honestly be like, "I do it, but if I'm quiet, and then there's no passion. I kind of do it to people so that they want to play with me because it gives them that competitive. Oh yeah, you think you're better than I? Fuck you. I'm gonna try to be." And then also it's fun to be as well. And I'm on a camera, so I'm trying to be as entertaining as possible for the people watching it now or whatever it is. But I get it. And I'm not, so I get it. What Brendan did, though, surprisingly, nobody's ever accused him of rape. Said that he did, but basically which is not good. But that's why people like him more than Brian Callen, but they treat him more. But he gives people a lot of content to be able to make fun of. Okay, so I just was talking about Brian Callen for a long time. So you would ask, don't you think that it wears on him? Yeah, but he's a jock kind of a guy. He's got thick skin. And he's been a bully in his life as well. So he's just kind of getting back. But here's the thing, right? The community that can't stand him, and he actually turned a leaf and was a good person and followed through on it, would really embrace it. It's like he could turn uh, turn a new leaf and be embraced, but he doesn't. Like this is something that he'll do. He would be on a podcast and he would be like, it would be around the holidays, and he would be like, you know, they'd be reading about something like a family in Panorama City, somewhere in LA. Their house burned down during the holidays. And Brendan would be like, I wish there was a way that I could like buy them all presents for the holidays. I wish there was just some kind of way to do it. I don't want to give money to like a big organization because I don't know if the money is actually going to go to the people. And then people were like, well, you mentioned something that I can give money to buy presents like I got this year or whatever. And somebody else who doesn't make as much money as he does, they were like, I would do that. I would go in on even like buy presents for somebody. And then Brendan would go back and be like, yeah, but you never know how the family is, and they could have like bad parents anyway, so you never really know who you're helping. Like when anybody's ever tried to get him, he just goes back on it. Like if you go on his merch website, he would say like a portion of all sales goes to help homeless veterans or something. But he never he never talks about that organization. It's really just something. It's what do they call it? Not a legal it's called virtue signaling is what he does. And he, the thing is, his wife is so vapid. She will make videos outside of the Apple store with her ring and a designer purse and talk about like first world problems that she can't dig her hand in her purse because her ring is too big. And it's like that is it. You just had to move from $3 million to $1 million, and your husband's business is taking a shit. Your parents live with you because, like, here's another example. I'm not saying like Brendan made a big deal that he bought his in-laws house, and he made a video of it. And he goes to his in-law, mother-in-law, and he's like, I went to this house is yours, such a home and everything. And within a couple of years, he has to sell that. It's like, you don't give her this house. That's not what you did. You best use it as a real estate investment. You realize you were in over your head, sold it, and now she lives with you. And he has this thing where, like, everybody's on his ass about CTE because some people say he has it, other people say that he just always garbles his word, and it could be a mixture of both. I mean, if you watch his fights, when he loses bad to the point where like he's like, and so you would think that like on the front of your mind, you wouldn't want your kids to get that, but already he's like 10 and 6 in their tackle football. He's got helmets and everything. And when his son was like, "Can I get a guardian cap?" which is like a cap that goes on the football helmet that makes it softer and it's supposed to protect the head. He's like, "No, what's his name?" That like you would think that would be more secure, but I don't know. Frankly, he puts out so much content that people shit on him because he doesn't have anything really to talk about. He's not an expert. His MMA takes are usually wrong. He's wrong like more than 50% of the time. He doesn't know other sports well, so all he has to do is talk about his kids. And like, if you think about any podcast that you listen to, all of the people who host the podcast at least are good interviewers or have guests on. He does not. He just sits in front of the camera talks about kids' youth football sports or kids' youth sports. But even more than that, it'd be one thing if he cared about his kids being well-rounded individuals. He says, "No, you're shocked. You aren't in school for learning. You're in school to play sports." And so these kids already have the wrong mindset. Like, who cares about how we do in school? We should only care about these sports. And it's like, I mean, you gave an story of this.
The guardian.
Yeah, and like his kids are as as bad it is as the mother. I mean, but frankly, I don't want to blame the kids because they're innocent in this. They're just doing their parents or stuff. But Brandon has done everything he can to keep his kids off the internet completely, and he recognizes that he hasn't done this, but the second those kids can go and type in their parents' name, they're going to see pictures of their mother. Like, remember, you were like, "Ooh, it's not that bad. Her Instagram's not that bad." Okay, I agree with you. But she is in sort of like a soft core. It's very close to being soft core. Her one scene in a movie, I've seen two scenes of her movies. One of them, she's coming up underneath a desk from blowing a guy. And the second one, she is in an argument with somebody in a parking lot because somebody gave her AIDS or something like that. And I mean, there are far worse things. You could be the Kardashians. There are far worse things to be able to doing that. That's what they're going to see about. And their father, they're going to learn about how he's cheated on them. And they're going to learn about how he's a huge Latin guy. And that stand-up specials are considered the two worst stand-up specials in the history of the ranking of these websites. And they're going to just lose all of their respect for their parents. And but with that being said, I think it shit up. Like it, and the amount of channels that are dedicated to just making fun of him, dude, the channels that make fun of him make more money than his channel does. That's incredible. His channels make like $60,000 a year allegedly, and the channels that make fun of him make $100,000.
Like total.
Okay, I can tell you what his numbers used to be and what they are now.
I just want the figure.
Well, he does a few different things. So just
I don't care. I just care.
wait, he does a few different things. So I have to think of them. YouTube makes like $60,000, maybe a little more, maybe a little less. But each of his ads for his YouTube, I think was $5,000. It might be less than that. Maybe it's $1,000. He does like 5 or 10 ads per show. So he's got to split a lot of that. So maybe with that, he might make 400. Well, he has multiple shows. So I don't know. His podcast probably made $500,000. $500,000, but he's got to split that with other people. So he gives one of his employees $100,000 check. It's pretty good. And he's got to split. He pays Brian $25,000 a month. So that's 12 months. So that's $300,000. And then he's got the merchandise and stuff that he sells. He probably makes about $100,000 on that or so. He got a payout from the UFC for a settlement. He got like $120,000. And he has another show called not anymore though, but he was making pretty good money on the YouTube, but way more money on the Patreon or the Patreon. Because when Theo Juan was on it, a lot of people subscribed to the Patreon, but just let it go after he left. So I'd say overall he makes something, after paying everything, he probably makes he used to make though, just touring, stand up $1 million a year. And he made more money touring than he did ever.
Maybe he's a C list.
Definitely not A. Definitely not be, not even like, I always tried it. He's ruthless. He's probably, he probably peaked at C-list celebrity, and is now.
What's the difference between C-list and D-list?
So A-list is they're garnering where more than $10 million per movie, and they're only movies. They don't generally. B-list is
Like celebrity, like
they're what is considered A plus. So the way that I get these is there's a website called Crazy Days and Nights, and it's infamous in Hollywood for like what's going on. Basically, somebody will write a blind item. They'll be like, this A plus plus celebrity was caught getting drunk at a local country club and doesn't want anybody to know that they are taking prescription medication. And then like a few months will go by and people will guess who that is. And they'll be like, A plus plus, and it turns out it's type of it will be revealed many times later. So like A plus plus people would be like, or A plus people would be like Drake. Like A plus plus is Michael Jackson. He was like the biggest. Other A plus plus right now today, really nobody's there. Tiger Woods, Michael Jordan might be considered.
Taylor Swift.
Yeah, she might be
It's not very pop music, like very, very
yeah, exactly.
pop athlete.
Yeah,
So
A plus plus, yeah, or A plus. I would say that like Timothy Chalamet and Zendaya, they're A plus. Then and like maybe like some older but established people like Jack Nicholson, Leonardo DiCaprio, maybe like A plus, B plus plus. And then A, the celebrities are like people like A list, like A plus. The celebrity. Um, I mean, no, he's B. Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan. No, he's not in. Some people may say he's an A plus plus podcaster, but in terms of celebrities, he's not like he's not on that list where it's like Taylor Swift or like she's worth $2 billion, and Joe Rogan's worth like 500. Jay Z more than a half million billionaire. In and around, yeah, or A plus. Jerry Seinfeld would be A plus. He's a billionaire. Larry David, close with him. But even Larry David probably not be A plus, or just like an A plus. It's really the way that this came about was people in Hollywood they had ranked them, and who was coming to different events. Is this an A-list event, B-list event, a C-list event? And then he had to do it with data. A television show he had called My Life on D-list, basically D-list. But in reality, she's probably C or Kim Kardashian, A-list, A plus, maybe like Kourtney Kardashian.
she's almost
She's A plus. That doesn't matter. She's a good A plus plus. Like she's probably A plus plus. Her sisters are A plus, and yeah, we can leave it at that. So yeah. What else? Then you get like a level above all of that, which is like heiresses, but without going into that, like that's a different level.
what the fuck? What's heiresses?
Well, heirs and heiresses, people who are um,
Royalty?
like Ariana Rockefeller. She's above
Yeah, so it's
that. Not always. Not always. There are people who aren't really well known who you would rather have at your party than any of these other people. And like even above that, like Sheikh Muhammad, that guy, he's like above. You'd rather have him at your party than Kim Kardashian or Drake or Tiger. He's like, or, but that's a different level.
Yeah.
We're talking,
So it's super, super rich people.
yeah. So Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, they're not even on that list anymore. They're like industry changing. Well, that's okay. So then Elon Musk, he's not on the list. He's like higher. A plus plus plus. Whatever you consider. A-list celebrities though right now, um, Zendaya, Kimberly Chalamet, um, like Miley Cyrus,
Not feeling
um,
I'm not you
now,
YouTubers
now,
like TV shopping.
no, he's not. What are you talking about? He's an actor. He's an A-list.
Oh, sorry, yeah, that guy. There's some other Steve shopping stuff. YouTuber.
That's okay. So anywhere between so if you want it from a money standpoint, A plus 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 is anything over $5 million. A plus plus is usually
A plus plus
plus plus like it's just
over $5
pardon me, I missed $5 billion. I missed $5 billion. A plus 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 $5 billion. A plus plus like this website would probably be anywhere between uh, $2 and $5 billion. A plus it could even be higher than that. $1 to $2 billion is definitely A plus or A plus, depending on how big you are. Like Larry David, I think is pretty close to being a billionaire, but he doesn't have that Hollywood look, which brings him down on the list a little bit. But someone who might not be that wealthy, like let's say Julia Roberts, she's still really high on that list because of all of her work. Like Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks is more visual, so he's considered A plus or A plus plus, or Leonardo DiCaprio, A plus, A plus plus. Even though they're not quite billionaires, when they're in a movie, they're making at least double-digit figures, and sometimes they get a cut of it, and they're worth anywhere between one hundred and billion, $100 million to $1 billion. Okay, A-list celebrities are usually people who have a net worth usually between like $5 and $50 million, and let's say there's a wide range of $5 million. Julia Louis Dreyfus should be way more than that. Okay, so I named Timothy Chalamet, Zendaya, Miley Cyrus, Britney Spears would have been something like that, yeah. And then there's A minus, and A minus could be someone who was once an A-list celebrity who isn't anymore. Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, just like still pretty big, but if they've had some shots to their career, they become closer to from A-list to A minus. Then you get B and B plus. That's usually someone who maybe doesn't have that big of a net worth, but is on the upswing. So, or on a major downswing. So, who would be someone like that? R. Kelly. I mean, I know he's available or whatever, but like he was once a celebrity. Now he's A minus to B or B. He's really well known. So he's not like that bad in terms of his fame. Okay, like people on Parks and Recreation, they're anywhere from A-list celebrities to B-list celebrities. So like Aziz Ansari, from he's probably like an A minus to B plus. The guy who played with the mustache, who's married to Maloli, he's like A minus. Nick Offer, probably like A minus. Leslie Nope, she's probably like A minus, but she has a really big podcast now, so she might be still an A. The other people who are on that show, not those big people, they're like B or even probably B minus. Some sort of like The Office, the people in The Office who would be considered A-list celebrities today, it's probably only Steve Carell, that Krasinski, and not Jenna Fisher. She I hate to say it, but she has a big podcast. She doesn't do good movies anymore or TV. She's like a B-list celebrity, maybe B plus. Her partner on that show, uh, Angela Kinsey, is like a B-list celebrity, moving more to B minus because she hasn't done something in a while. Anybody else on that show who's still like Will Ferrell is an A-list celebrity, but some people may say he's A minus now because he hasn't done a really big movie in a long time. Um, who's that guy? The guy who played Andy, I can't think of his name. Ed Helms. He was once he's probably maxed out of like B minus, even though he was in like the the Hangover, like the other guy in the Hangover, the one who people think is good looking. He's an A-list.
A minus.
Hold on. I agree with him. No, he's A minus. The guy who people think is good looking from the Hangover. I forget his name. The good looking, the good looking guy. He's like an A. Jack Galifianakis, A minus. A. He doesn't have a huge net worth. He's not like when you are trying to give a leading. This is the thing. What's A-list actor means it can be a leading role in a film as well. Nobody's going to see a movie that Zach Galifianakis. Nobody's going to see a movie that Zach Galifianakis is the leading man in. They will see it if the guy who they say is good looking.
The Hangover.
He was co. The main person in the Hangover is that one guy. I'll look up his name. Like basically, when you're looking at IMDb, how they rank, and it would be like Will Smith is big. He's an A. Bradley Cooper. Bradley Cooper's an A-list. Ed Helms with Jack Galifianakis, A minus. Nope. Nobody's going to see a movie that Ed Helms is starring. No one's going to see a movie that Zach Galifianakis is starring in just because it's them, or very few people. But they will see that if Bradley Cooper's in. So that's the difference. Are they a leading man in Hollywood? George Clooney, A plus, maybe closer to A plus because of his net worth now. But he was always seen as a leading man. Brad Pitt, always seen as a leading man. Tom Cruise, always seen as a leading man. Never have been lower than A-list because they bring people. Tom Hanks bring people in. People will go see that movie because of that actor. But people like Jack Black and Zach Galifianakis and Ed Helms, those kind of guys are A minus. They're some people may say they're A. Cool. Oh, one. Yeah. School of Rock. Oh, yeah, but that was when he
was pretty big.
Yeah, but he's just the voice of The Rock is A plus, A plus plus. And Kevin Hart is A or A plus. In terms of Bill Burr, in terms of just like shakiness, would be considered A minus. Bill Burr would be considered A minus. Chris Rock would be considered A. Dave Chappelle would be considered A. Dave Chappelle. He just doesn't have that. Jason. Maybe Chris Rock. But even Chris Rock isn't that big. And that goes back. And back in the days, there were a lot of people who didn't really like Pryor. So I don't. He would be considered probably A, but not A plus. Bill Cosby at one point would have been considered A plus. Bill Cosby was one of the biggest person on television. For sure. He had the number one show on
Steve Harvey.
He's A. Yeah. Just doesn't.
Okay, Oprah Winfrey.
A plus plus.
She's got to be A plus.
She's a billionaire. Yeah.
Also,
A plus. But then
Jimmy Kimmel.
Yeah, it's not that big of a number. Same with Steven Colbert. Even Steven Colbert is probably trending. Jon Stewart makes have a show like, or I guess he doesn't do it. Still trending. Bill Maher is A minus or B plus. He's not like, as big as him, but since he has an SB show, probably like A minus. And I once said, yeah. So get this. I had an idea for him. It's exactly what you're asking, and it's just called the Big Board or something like that. And I heard this on the radio one time, but it never went to anything. It was you could buy stocks in actors, and it would just be one list of the biggest actors in Hollywood, and they would compete. Like, you get what I'm saying? I know what you get what I'm saying. Who are the top 150? And then they'd be able to say, like, hey, I'm the number 13 biggest person on the big board. I deserve this amount of money, or whatever. Yeah. There'd be users ranking them, and there'd be other things like their net worth and what shows they put on, how popular those shows are. It'd be like an out that you could put together if they did like music, like how much their tours go on. Did they also act, dance, or were they just a one? Anyway,
How did you find it as like?
You could if you wanted to.
As if you could invest in their revenue sharing.
Exactly. And the thought was too, you could just buy stock in people, and it would be like a gambling site, basically. If you think about it, like, let's say there's some random, like William Montgomery. We both think like, okay, his stock is really low right now, but we think he has a huge upswing, so we would buy stock on this website in William Montgomery because we think one day it could be a really big comedian.
So is William like selling shares and then?
No, he wouldn't have anything to do with it if he didn't want to. It would all be run within the website.
It's like a random Bitcoin based.
Precisely.
Okay. It's not tax action. One company that I wanted to start that when I was going down the list like podcast, I told you about this.
Yeah.
You could buy stock and like
Right. Which isn't a bad idea. But yeah.
But classified as securities and crypto legislation is like rolling into a nightmare.
Right, especially in your location. But this would be like the 1,000 biggest celebrities out there, and you could buy a crypto on this market. How big you thought they were, and you could have it just run solely on the popularity of their coin, or you could have it like if they had 10 number one hits, if they were like huge on Spotify or whatever, there could be like other things in it. But I just think that would be this exists at media management companies because but this information is just proprietary and they don't let it get out. So this would be a public list. But anyway,
The website that you mentioned, Dream, be ranking celebrity.
yeah, no, not dreams. Crazy Dreams. It is. Now, it doesn't rank them like that. What it does is it helps you to identify who the person is. So there'll be. I remember watching, like reading through it. I think I know who runs it. She's a lawyer I know, but I've never confronted her on it. But anyway, I could be wrong. But they do say that a lawyer. I know some people pretty tied in. I don't talk to them much about it. But anyway, she or the website will say it won't be like won't rank. What it will do is like let's say somebody saw The Rock not wipe down his. Someone will say this A plus plus actor was seen at Gold's Gym in Muscle Beach or in Miami and refuses to wipe down Jim and as their personal assistant. Which actually would be that big. That's kind of like anyway. So that's what they would say. They put it out there, and then there's a comment section. You can just go to the website, it's Crazy Days and Nights. And there's a comment section. All these people guess who they like. The reasons why they do this is so that they don't get sued. So you don't. The person never actually says who it is, so there's no defamation. It's just random good guesses of people, and some people will be like, "Oh, I saw The Rock do this in New York City and in a place gym in New York City," and then somebody will be like, "No, I know him. He always wipes his stuff down or whatever." And then maybe they'll reveal who it is a month later. Maybe they won't reveal it at all, but that's basically how this works. Then they'll have something like this A plus celebrity is known for dating younger women, but was recently seen with an A-list celebrity. And it would be like, let's say Leonardo DiCaprio started dating like Jennifer. Leonardo DiCaprio probably like an A plus celebrity. Jennifer Aniston once was an A plus celebrity. Doesn't really do anything. And then people would be like, "Oh, maybe it's these two. Maybe they're totally off on this stuff." But it allows. Crazy Days and Nights is the epicenter of Hollywood gossip. That's like if you want to learn about Hollywood gossip, it's there. And I don't recommend getting too into it because a lot of the guesses are wrong. We're gonna. It's a lot of personal stuff, but. So who would be like a D-list celebrity before we close out? I would say Kevin Griffin is probably D-list now. You would always go by D-list. Who's a C-list? Maybe Red Band. Tony Hinchcliffe's probably a D-list celebrity now. Red Band's probably a C-list celebrity. Red Band doesn't want to be that big. And who's a D-list celebrity?
Jamie.
C-list. Jamie's a good example. Jamie makes $1 million a year. Is that worth it? Giant. Is that on camera? He is part of a meme culture, which is cool, but aside from that, it's not. If I say to your average person, you know Jamie Vernon is, now if I say pull it up, and even the Joe Rogan universe is not as big as we think it is. It has a lot of independence, but if you ask the liberal people, they don't watch that. They don't know about comedy a lot. They don't do much. So even Joe Rogan poll is smaller than I'm not saying it.
You always be like,
Yeah, ever since I was a little kid, I would be able to get. I was really into Saturday Night Live, and as a little kid, and then stand-up comedy became more important to me. Napster became a thing, and I could get albums, like entire albums of stand-up comedy. And then I would listen to like Jerry Seinfeld stand-up comedy, like who else? George Carlin, and but I really like kids. Who else? I wouldn't get it. That was too, I think, and I just didn't. Jerry Seinfeld was big for me, and it was fine for me to listen to because he's clean, Jewish. He had a television show on television. He had a television show that was popular in my family. So if I got caught listening to George Carlin, I got into a little bit older. Oh, Rodney Dangerfield was somebody who my family really liked, and was always seen as okay, even though he wasn't always that funny. He, in my opinion, is the best pound for pound comedian. He has the most. He's so funny. He has the most amount of jokes. He's just hilarious. Do you know who Rodney Dangerfield is? Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Where's he from?
Brooklyn. Yeah. And he was in Caddyshack. He was in Back to School. And those were like,
I don't watch the back stand up.
dude, it's fucking hilarious.
Late night
His stand is hilarious. And it's one after another after another. And then as I got older, Dave Chappelle became really big. And that's when it went from audio to video. And that's where like some of them softly and we just never his stand up. And then Chris Rock was really good. I listened to Chris Rock really good too. And like Tim Allen, who, like
Who's the celebrity for Video on the Night? Good artist smoking a stick. People are really trying to make the crowd makes their girlfriend suck up for
so, the thing I should also say.
Andrew does play.
Oh, that was Aiden's. So I do remember a little bit of it. Also, Jay Leno, David Letterman, they were big because they were late. And then Johnny Carson. Johnny Carson, I remember when he went off air. I remember the night he went off air. Like that was the end of the Tonight Show as we knew the tradition of it. And I think my parents said I could watch it. It's more lenient. I just remember they agreed, okay, you can watch the opening monologue or something. Because it was a sort of no, Johnny Carson.
Was he offensive?
No, not at all. He was the opposite of that. But it was on. He was on the Tonight Show, and it was on really late night. I had a sleep schedule, and I think it was a as well. And his last episode, so I wasn't allowed to stay up that late. Like normally, I think my big time, really big. Yeah, and I know there's a controversy that occurred when Johnny Carson retired. Who's going to take over, Jay Leno or David Letterman? Jay Leno was more blue collar, David Letterman was more intellectual comedy. And NBC had to make a choice. What are we going to do? And David Letterman, I believe, already had the show that was like on after Jay Leno or something like that, or did the Tonight Show. And it was, I believe, I don't want to mislead the executive that made the decision, but they went with Jay Leno, and it caused all this controversy. They had to go with one of them, but have both of them. So they would have gotten controversy either way. And so David Letterman changed networks, started The Late Show. That's the show that just went off the air with for like more than 30. And Jay Leno did the Tonight Show up until like 2007 or 2008. And then they were like, okay, you've got to retire now. And they gave it to Conan. And I personally was a huge Conan fan. Huge. When Conan did the show after Jay Leno, which was known as Late Night with Conan O'Brien, because it was hilarious. It was hilarious. Of all the late night shows, Late Night with Conan O'Brien was the best. Better than the Tonight Show, better than the Late Show, not the Late Show with Conan O'Brien. The Late Show was it was called Late. Wait, no, the Late. It was Late Night with Conan O'Brien. It was the best. It was so funny, and because they could bullshit that normally they couldn't pull on the Tonight Show, and it was hilarious. So then when Conan took over for Jay Leno, everybody thought, "Oh, this is going to be amazing." Well, it did not turn out well, and within like a year and a half, they didn't really give Conan the opportunity to really make these up. And they did all kinds of things with the scheduling. Basically, they told Jay Leno, "Hey, we know you can't do the Tonight Show anymore because we think you're getting old, but we'll give you the time slot before the Tonight Show that you can do a nightly show anyway." And Jay's like, "Okay, I'll do that." And it took away a lot of the viewership of Conan O'Brien. And Conan felt like, hey, the network took me because they basically took away my lead-in. Normally, the lead-in was like, I don't know, like Dateline or Law and Order or something, or ER, or like a big show. And basically, Jay Leno got to make all the jokes already, and then he had to rehear them in a different way on the Tonight Show. And that's it. And so within like 2 years, they took Conan O'Brien off. He went to a show on CBS, the Conan O'Brien Show, Conan, and he did that for like 10 years. It wasn't ever really anything that big. And then Jimmy Fallon took over, who, perhaps, alcoholic. And he, I've heard that has, like, it's not talked about all that much, but there are rumors of it. But apparently got it control enough that he's been able to do his show. But he did the Tonight Show a lot differently than what everybody else done the Tonight Show. He made it very interactive. So he would have celebrities on, and they would play beer pong. That would never happen in the Johnny Carson years. Beer pong wasn't a thing. It would never happen in the Jay Leno years. It wouldn't have really happened in
little shitty thing. Eyes and like how like just
exactly. And then they do like lip sync and stuff. They would never have it be really interactive with the guest. The guests literally know what the question. Usually, they know what the questions are asked, and they know what their outfit is. They know everything is pre-chosen, and they just have to memorize their answers and tell a little anecdote of, a little story that they had while shooting the show. And then the big thing is to promote their movie or their television show or their album or whatever, and they would show a little clip of what's going on and what they were going to do. That was it. Usually they would have 3 quote unquote guests. They'd have the main guest, which is like an A-list celebrity, usually. The second guest would just like a B-list celebrity, and then they have a musical act. And the Tonight Show used to be an hour and a half. Then they changed it to an hour, and now they don't even have it on every night. It's like a travesty. But because people have YouTube and stuff like that, or they can just be like, "Hey, I watched the clips or whatever," then I can tell you this. I used to really put up school nights, trying to set up my parents have a television, and it was mandatory. I watched the Tonight Show every night, and late night was coming up until I was exhausted the next day. But I knew all the jokes, and so I could tell everybody the jokes that were on the Tonight Show for the night before. There you go.
Like ad marketplace, I think as a strictly promotion, like say there's like some random band wanted to promote their album, they just go on. Okay. I guess.
With you there.
That's like a comes to when they want to. This is just like weird dropping in be like whatever. A stand-up comedian has a nights. They just want to promote it.
Well, then they just sponsor a conference.
Yeah. And be like,
yeah, but they like Tony Hinchcliffe just launched on 6/9/2026 stand-up special management, which okay, he could have to get people aware that this was going on, and when your website is really big, it's going to be a place where people are going to want to promote stuff. He could just enter $1,000 contest or a $10,000 contest, so that people promote his special on their social media, so that when it airs, or when it drops on Netflix or whatever, not only does he have the natural media that he would normally have, on which he would advertise, but then there's this organic way of people posting about it in advance. Hey, like, so how would you do it? You could just say, hey, design a poster for me. Winner gets $10,000. And all these people would design a poster, and then people would know that the special was airing because their friend made a poster that they submitted to charity.
Yeah. I mean, do you think there could be a section of strictly like poster?
I would. Then you have the more information.
No, I mean, it's a thing like social media, so I don't know. Instead of creating like a bullshit just Tony Hinchcliffe line, I just want Tony Hinchcliffe's budgets so great with these guys.
It's not a bullshit.
So I I'm
It's not a bullshit post. It's something that tens of thousands of people are going to push it on social media. So it has. If you want to, if you're
maybe just a fan of dropping
it's a contest.
yeah, no, I agree. Similar to like tour day question.
Yeah, if put together a cool graphic, and I'll repost it when it gets $5,000.
When if it's a fan that already has their
Okay. What about a poster for their album? What about a T-shirt? What about a hat? What about a logo?
so there's makeup. Super contest, and that's good.
Yeah, but all of these things. Or you could have it be like, hey, do a mashup, just do a compilation video for us in 30 seconds, or that's 30 seconds. Um, Give us a reaction. Like, have your friends get really excited about the new Justin Bieber album, and they get a bunch of their classmates to get excited, or they get sororities that get excited, or Swifties or whatever, and the winner gets $10,000.
Could it be a challenge to go do something in society and post it?
Too much of a legal.
Okay.
I would avoid it as much as I could.
No, but no challenge.
I would avoid it. Usually, corporate entities are going to avoid it because of liability. If you say who can drink the most amount of water in honor of Taylor Swift dropping a new album, you're going to get people to tell themselves doing this. You want to avoid that.
I mean, it depends on that.
I know, but even if you say like who can get the most amount of marshmallows in their mouth and somebody chokes on it, then all of
that's probably okay.
not necessarily. You could get somebody who threw a paper, that paper airplane, and even still, these corporate entities are going to want be very conservative. They're going to want the least amount of liability. The last thing they want is one of their advertising like arms to hurt someone or give a negative publicity. So you're going to avoid all. What you could say.
Well, the challenges usually have a to like spell it. Black Beatles, like challenge trap thing where like everyone would just stand completely still and then like go around and film everyone standing like completely still doing like random poses halfway. That's the top stuff.
They could look. I just said a witness challenge. If you want to say, we want people to make videos of holding a certain position or whatever, they give an example if they want to do, that's fine. But don't call it a challenge. Challenge is a joke liability. Because if people are going to say, oh, it's a Sway Lee challenge, so and so got hit by a train, it's a Sway Lee challenge, then it's negative publicity.
Yeah, and with just the videos or advertisements. I mean, can someone get hurt filming the advertisement or whatever because they're outside at Starbucks and then they get
100%, but that doesn't get published. You won't allow that to get published on your website. So I get what you're saying. They were filming a Coca-Cola ad and they got hurt. The press is going to pick that up as so-and-so was filming a video and got hurt. They're not going to throw the word Coca-Cola in there. They know where they're really hurt. And what is people, some challenge getting really popular and then people getting hurt. Okay, so what's a popular challenge? That Mentos Coca-Cola, that's like a challenge. That can blind people. That's it. Like if you know what I'm talking about, you put Mentos Coca-Cola and it fizzes.
Yeah, or like a challenge or
that can
challenge is like
yeah. I would say that you can't call it. No,
there's a chance of danger.
I wouldn't call it a challenge. The challenge gets to court. Just making a video of which generally. But if you say it's a challenge, it gives it an enticement. I understand what you're saying. Like it makes it more fun that way. It has more virality. However, once it gets to a court that says, Dunkin' Donuts was seeing who could drink the most amount of donuts on on their hands or whatever, and it caused the sugar level of this child to go really high. They went into a diabetic coma and died, and now you're getting sued over that. And it was the put your it wasn't even like eat all the donuts you can. It was just put a donut on every finger and take a picture. Even that, if you say if Dunkin' Donuts says we're going to give you $10,000, all you have to do is buy some Dunkin' Donuts, put one on each finger, and take pictures like this. That's fine. But if they say it's the 10 donut challenge, well, now when it gets to a court, it's like the company was pushing people more when there's a challenge, as opposed to we just wanted people to take a picture. When it's a challenge, there's the idea that there's going to be a winner and a loser, and people will push themselves a lot harder. And you may say, but like,
I'm sure you noticed that
no, I can tell you, it's going to go before a jury, and the jury is going to deliberate on whether a company endorsed the challenge. And if they endorse the challenge, there's much higher likelihood that the jury's going to find against them and in favor of the person, the victim, as opposed to the company just asked you to put donuts on your hand. That's innocent. There's nothing wrong with that. But when the company makes it a challenge, people go above and beyond, and many times get hurt. Like it's almost like when I hear the word challenge, I think of the word dare. Like we dare you to put a donut on each one of your fingers. Now the company's basically like tempting you, as opposed to just saying, put one donut on each of your fingers and take a picture. That's simple. But if we say Dunkin' Donuts dares you to put one finger on each finger and take a picture, or we challenge you to wear, you get what I'm saying?
Question. Let's say that you have a picture. People are everyone's so simple. So pick a winner.
No, and you have a sorority full of multicultural people during Women's Appreciation Month, and they have their whole sorority team, and they're going to be the winners because they have a huge amount of people, and the company would recognize like this is a diverse group of women who are educated. It took a lot to organize. That's a better picture than just one person doing. But then there's another issue. Maybe you have some kid who just takes a cute picture and he's got his dog there or whatever. Whatever they think is going to sell the most, they're going to do it. But I understand what you're saying. Aren't all pictures of people holding 10 donuts on their fingers the same? Absolutely not. You could say, Dunkin' Donuts could say, donuts on your fingers and show the camera for a chance to win $10,000 or whatever it is. If you have one person do it, what's more powerful? One person doing it or an entire sorority?
Just adorable kid and they want to wave out.
Absolutely. That's the beauty of this. What are they going for? Maybe they may say the picture of the sorority is just women. We want, and they're usually like wealthy women. We want more diversity. If it's allowed on Facebook, Instagram, say, now, if you want to, you may be able to say, like, we can't have Antifa or something like that. They can post it on Instagram. Instagram's the moderation. So if it can be posted on Instagram, then you have to say, it's good enough for Instagram, it's good enough for and TikTok, it's good enough for us. They're like a
So
level
the
below.
Mexican cartel, that's
Can they post it on Instagram? Yes or no? Then absolutely.
okay.
But you have to understand, Instagram doesn't let the Mexican cartel usually post it. If they know that it's the Mexican cartel, then they're going to say that this is a violent organization and they take their accounts over.
Okay. So it could just be like a member.
Then it's a member of the Latinx community with this family. That's totally fine.
Okay. Yeah, that may make sense. Like, I didn't think discrimination should be allowed either.
You're not going to be the one running.
There's something crazy. Yeah. The other edge case.
I can't foresee it. Basically, if it's allowed on Instagram, Facebook, and TikTok, we would allow it. But the other thing is, it has to be positive for the company. You can't have people doing it in spite of it.
Oh, okay, yeah. So no kids can get a parent.
Whatever person has the
I
Facebook,
guess. Probably.
yeah, whatever person has the Facebook account, they have to. It has to be run by a parent. Usually, those are say like parent-run account or whatever. And you would. It's in the term. You have to be 18 years old. So whatever person submitted it has to be 18. If they're not, then they can't win.
Yeah. But like, post some content that has as long as
Yes. If it's not on Instagram, Facebook, or TikTok,
yeah.
you have to see Facebook and Instagram and TikTok or moderation. Well, if they're allowing it, if it's okay for them, it's going to be extreme.
Yeah.
Now, here's a question: do you allow marijuana? Questionable. If it's a really great way for when you're starting out, marijuana is always looking for ways to expand. That's up to Instagram and TikTok. Normally, they don't allow those kind of things, so you're not going to be able to allow it. It's about alcohol.
And you advertise on Instagram and media.
Look at that one guy or person, a trans person, at the Bud Light. That was an Instagram post.
Okay. I mean, I don't think it is like bad backside market. It's legal everywhere to people.
It's not legal everywhere. Not legal in the States.
It's not legal everywhere.
No. It is.
Which state is it in?
It's all the states. There's some counties where we can't buy it. They're known as dry counties. It's not legal in
Buy it in some places.
It's not legal in all places. And there are some rules about transportation. But like they're minor. I don't think you're gonna run into a big issue. And but like they will have a social media post on Facebook and, or on Instagram or something like that. You should be okay with that.
Yeah.
could say in your terms and conditions that contests are subject to change without notice. If you can't do that. And the platform reserves the right to be canceled without notice at any time.
Makes sense.
And you might run into an issue where, like, this is what would happen. Somebody was making a video for whatever Bud Light thing, and you, for one reason or another, had to take down the Bud Light contest. Somebody might be able to do your Bud Light, say you and say that there's going to be a contest. And the question is, what damage occurred? How were you hurt? How were you impacted? Somebody else say, I spent 10 hours making a video. Like, all right, the worst that could happen probably is you would have to pay them for 10 hours of it. And you have to think how much money it's going to take for them to sue. No lawyer's going to take a case because somebody, it was a contest too. It wasn't even guaranteed. No lawyer's going to take that. So you're pretty safe from that.
Yeah, I agree. So alcohol is
Perhaps it's going to change. It's going to impact them. So because for alcohol one, you have to be 21 to sue.
all right, and also, well, like you'd have or like 16.
No, 21. You have to do what the maximum age is for anywhere this is good. You got to cover your. So 21 for alcohol and you would probably and 18 for everything else. Any kind of controlled substance is going to be 21. Now, where you can make a lot of money, so we haven't had the conversation with pharmaceuticals. Pharmaceuticals could be a pharmaceutical advertising is 80% longer than retail. So this could be really a huge market. And like what you do in this situation where this one's going to get tough. And I don't know if we won't discuss all the ins and outs of this account, but with pharmaceutical advertising in the United States, it's unique. You have to put like all of the different, all of the, they don't have pharmaceutical advertising in Canada. That was television. But in the United States, like allergy, that's
never really seen
that's the difference is over the counter. You have over the counter, but we have pharmaceutical. That literally are like yeah, they're like 30 seconds long and 25 slow seconds are all of the warnings about your side of it. Exactly. So you might not start out with pharmaceuticals. You don't want people like those all have to be like vetted by lawyers and stuff. And you might say those pharmaceuticals at the beginning. You might work that into it, but like at the beginning, I wouldn't want to. So just keep that in mind. Pharmaceuticals, like, no gambling would be big time on it. The biggest thing. So gambling, gambling
yeah, I think you've never seen that.
all over.
We have like strategy.
I I disagree that they have amazing strategy. I disagree that they have great strategy. They they take advantage of the system, and they should be banned as advertisers, but they're not because they have a lot of money. And what do I mean? They'll take somebody's viral ad of like, I don't know, somebody who's like doing a backflip or something, just something like that. And they'll put in the bottom of it stake.com, and then they'll upload that to their all over their social media, but they don't own that content. They just don't recognizing that nobody's going to see it, nobody cares, and so it's free advertising. And at least on X, Twitter, they don't want people to do that because they want people to pay for their advertising. And state basically says we don't care about this. We're gonna do this. And I get it. They have a lot of money behind them. They don't want to get companies don't want to turn down money. So basically, state says we'll spend a little bit of money with you through advertising, and then we're gonna put all kinds of like just botted stuff all over and see what hits.
They just have buy like steak water.
Yeah, on already viral
You
things.
should do that.
On already viral.
Food strategy.
On already viral. I have done that in my own way. I take pictures of really pretty actors, really pretty like actresses.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly it.
So you have a bunch of bot accounts.
Thank you. What up, Thomas Luke? Absolutely. What's
Yeah. I'm on a lunch break.
how are things at work?
Yeah. Doing the technical thing
Yeah, definitely. That's always really important. What's been new with you recently?
That's a good question. I mean, I feel like my life is just very busy. I've been spending time on the internet. Like I could do some gardening, hiking, just like I work super busy. Like great. Or it's just like Christmas, like like this year I did Valentine's Day, St. Patrick's Day, Pride Month recently. There's a lot of work in the life. So
That's what happened.
So
How you gonna watch your World Cup?
a little bit. It's like
Absolutely. Are you gonna watch your World Cup?
I've been watching a little bit of the. I should check in and see how it's going.
Yeah, it's
I think the next NBA, I'm kind of playing about. Like they won by one. I was like, and now they're 3-1. No team. It's not just my 3 games after. So, but we'll see.
That's absolutely correct. But you never know, stranger things can happen.
Yeah,
That's absolutely right. Did you know the World Cup starts in 2.5 hours?
It wasn't 2.5 hours. I was here. Check into that. I was really watching. I was still on just the still playing. I played it every year a little bit, but like how many years?
Did you hear Charles Barkley announce his retirement?
Oh, we did. I did not know about that.
Yes, sir.
All right. I mean, I was crazy
crazy photographer, but I think always English paint for like the whole thing. But based off what I've heard, I'm going to look at it. I have people who are way bigger than they could say.
Well, Spain's the favorites.
What?
Spain are the favorites.
Yeah, Spain's definitely the favorite.
Yeah, Spain's one. France is two. I think Argentina's three.
Yeah. I'm probably gonna put Argentina. I mean, I went there like a year and a half ago. I was really good at like I've been there. I'm like, I don't know. So that's probably gonna be based off like prior experience. Prior for sure. I was down there. So,
Yeah, we'll see how it goes.
I would like to go to Spain one.
100%. And yeah, the Knicks seem like they're going to be a lot. Do you follow hockey at all?
Hockey, no, not really. I remember talking about hockey with like Ryan. It got me a little bit interested, but
All right, big dog. I've got to use the restroom. I don't mean to be rude, but excellent. All right, my man.
Yo, what's going on?
Alrighty, you're back.
Yes, sir.
So what have you been up to?
Been on some podcasts. Been on like 15 podcasts over the last 3 months. So that's good. I'm supposed to be on one later today. I'm still trying to confirm. And I be on one tomorrow as well. And I think I might have one Monday as well. I've been doing one, at least scheduled one every day. They don't always go through because people have to cancel and such.
Yeah, you've
Do I have the Spotify or YouTube link?
you got any podcast?
If you just type Rabbi Rothschild interview in YouTube, you'll find it. So that's what I've been up to. And these things have just been wild. Just get people, personal things that they run into, health things, family things. I did one.
I mean, that's why when I like like it's just like I needed to like fix the color.
Right, I did.
Just make some 160
I like that business. That's a really good idea.
It's been going around for 2 years. I mean, I've gotten some really good advice. We're going on the residential this year too. So, like, it was definitely like mostly like businesses our residential. Yeah, it's cool, but a lot of like people are wealthy and like kind of like a plumber, electrician. Different person.
100%. That's exactly right. It's very similar to like just a service that people need.
Yeah.
Are there any untapped markets that you're thinking like, oh, I don't know.
I'm in the DC area, so like great. Like, I don't know. The area at all.
Yeah, Great Falls and
Yeah, so like that's those are markets I'm already in because they're like wealthy.
how about like Falls Church?
Yeah, both yeah, like good food. We might like we haven't done any residential like DC proper, but we have done like cities. Well, not really. No,
Right? Most wealthy, people in the United States because of the fact that
Yeah, exactly. Just like how I got to an area, and I mean, I don't plan to like crazy. So it's like an opportunity, like the US area or whatever. Yeah, we'll think about staying on that. Right now, it's like me and like the other people. Like I'm just like employee. Like it brings you man, if that makes sense. So I'm not gonna like.
how high would you put up lights? Yeah, like if I have a
Like if there's like there's an easy access to like are you talking about like outside you can really if we have free access that's for the members.
yeah, no, I understand. Do you go on ladders? You go on ladders.
Yeah. It doesn't have to like a whole large Christmas tree. Like
Okay, will you go up 2 stories on a ladder?
we haven't done that yet. Maybe.
Yeah, but I mean, don't you have to insure these guys and yourself? Like that would get expensive.
So that's something we have to figure out. Like, and we haven't really figured that out.
I understand, but that's something you could have to figure out before you hit. That's
You
like,
know, especially if I just want to like
yeah, all it takes is one of those 3 guys to work for you to fall themselves, and you got a huge loss.
yeah.
And your insurance probably does not. I'd be careful of that.
Just be able to go, yeah. I like I know you're a guy who, like, some people would be like, oh, okay, but no, that's like, you research stuff, it's very different. So it's like, I go to eat one, like, I go to eat many times, and I'm like,
100%. I mean, if you really want to expand your business, do you have a link tree?
I don't have a link to right now.
Okay, well,
You just like Alan, like, you know what that is.
yeah, that's not what I'm. That's different. That's the sort of calendar. Linktree is one link where all your social media, where your calendar can be there, but it has your Instagram, your TikTok, your YouTube, your Facebook, your Tumblr, your X. Like people aren't able to see your shit, but if they were able to see your shit, you could quit your full-time job and just do this as a major business because everything that you do is so visually attractive, and people don't know it's an available service. Nobody knows that you could have dry lighting around you unless you see somebody else who has it, but they wouldn't know where. Exactly. So if I were you, I would get it for the top 30 different social media, and then when people are Googling it, people.
So I've been doing like very focused. Very good idea. Get some marketing to it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And it's relatively new. More like suburb, November 2020. Not like been a crazy long time. But
That, but you're going to get more and more people who are interested in what you do, and I'm
it's
sure.
easy to sort out like the Yeah, I know.
I'm sure you probably like you. Do you do projectors on buildings?
Like what you do right now, like I push like just like how it works.
No. I mean, like, I mean, yeah, like a physical projector. Like, you can make the walls of a building look using lighting look like they're coming alive. Like you can make something
Oh
really.
no, where are we? That's a big concept.
Dude, that's easy money for you. All you have to do is have the projector secured, with, like, and tag it with like in case somebody steals it. And but you can have it
An air tag or whatever.
exactly,
Whatever.
and you can have it in a hard to reach place, and then it's no longer like, oh, this person has a Halloween light. It's like, oh, their house looks like an entire haunted house, and all you had to do was point a projector at a wall, and it's like it'll run like a whole program. It'll run an hour loop of ghosts and goblins, and it's like a whole television show on their house.
Dude, I like you.
Well, well, absolutely. Well, that's the future of your industry. No longer, I mean, lights are fine, but projectors are the future because they're so good now. And, like they make the whole place come alive. And I was thinking, like, you could do a projector rental on someone's house and make huge amounts of because not only would they have like the normal lights that you do, but if they have any blank walls, like especially like on their garage, that's a whole canvas that can be used. And they can tell a story on it, like, hey, we've got I don't know, people are doing trick or treating or whatever. We've got like a projector that can be installed above your garage door, so it projects downwardly, and they make these already, and it can show like people, like cartoon versions of people trick or treating. You know what I mean? And it's like a television. It's like a screensaver on your house. But I was thinking that people can already buy these for their residential residences or whatever, but they don't want to set it up. They don't want to run the cables and stuff. That's what you're doing. Just like people can already buy their own lighting. Exactly. Exactly. And you don't have to store it. They don't have to store it. Then you store it, and especially for like pride, you can light somebody's shit up with just rainbows everywhere, and peace signs and all kinds of symbols or whatever, rainbows or whatever. Like, okay, I imagine a normal, like, let's just say house that maybe residential. You're gonna do like the deck or like the patio. You're gonna do the windows and everything, but there are a lot of areas on that house that are blank, like the garage, like perhaps a wall, and you could say to a homeowner, "Hey, we do lights, and we're gonna continue to do lights, but I just want to make you aware that we could put a projector on your house as well, and you have a choice of these like 5 different stories or whatever you want to tell, or you could have a loop or whatever, and you could probably get double the amount of whatever you charge for the lights just by putting a projector in someone's house." That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And it's essentially an enhancement or an upcharge that you're able to do, and really it has, when people look at the house, I hate to say it, they're not going to look at the lighting. They're going to look at whatever that projector is doing, but they're going to look at the lighting too. They're going to look at the lighting too. It's the whole thing.
where your eye is going to be drawn toward, they're going to look at the projector.
I agree with you. I definitely agree.
I was also thinking as well, you get laser drum guns. So they're really inexpensive. You just shoot a laser on a garage door.
Yeah, I mean, when somebody I believe projector thing out and work on that day.
I see these projectors on big buildings, and they make the whole building like come to life. Yeah,
Yeah, I've seen it before. I've seen it like in newer cities. I've seen it. Like, I haven't thought about like around right.
right. And I might even think of myself to buy the projector is, let's say, $300. I'm going to charge the customer $1,000 over the course of a month. Then this will be up. And even if somebody went out and stole my projector, I still made out with $700.
Yeah, true.
So it's awesome.
But this was like really all the extra.
That's really big. One last thing about the projector, it'll help you to get places that you can't get because of liability of climbing on a ladder. So let's say somebody's like, "Hey, I want you to do the second story." Well, you're not able to do that because your ladder is like third story, maybe. You can't do that. So just put a projector. You just not have to worry. All right, big deal.
I'm doing a talking more about this, but
All right, you go. Take care, my man. Absolutely. Take care. Take care.
United States. May 20th, President based on the downing of coastline in 1996 in California. Latin American foreign policy of giving back on being to U.S. ministry. Since the day on first, before history of the last American leader, January 2026. This is January, U.S. is in the flow of Venezuela. Military pressure created with the Trump president threatening of Cuba. What's missing from this situation is the distributed suppression against Cuba is essential context for understanding the Trump administration's recent relations. Come up with a solution. Here's your solution. Distributing weapons civilians military power. Havana began distributing weapons to citizens, usually citizens use that weapon to defend the country. Tracy, the wife, violent, so people think motherfuckers our country struggle to be socialist, or that they just the United States. It's just not the same. There's other things that I can't. Same as the sandwiches. There's Italian.
Welcome. How are you?
I've done twice. Doctors, people, themselves. So it doesn't quite make sense in some ways. It's like, right. Because it's I noticed that it was, I felt like it was really close to my parents. I told call for my kid for a year. Yeah, because that's so that was and I like stuff. Trying to teach my father-in-law about TNT. And he goes to his old doctor and like, well, this, like, insane. Just do all the things that the tribes do. So Johnson, one of the best. Garbage, Jim, see you shaking hands with them. There are certain people I don't want to be associated with. There's that also Trump out there. There's also that. There's like all that fuckers. We're going to DC. We're watching the fights. What do you think George Floyd did? Here's the biggest issue. Here's the I don't think it's any of that. I think it's shit has to do with getting lying to you if you're super famous. Not the last one. There's 3,000 people, but there's several different entities. I used to waiting in line. Girls were talking about this one. Went to church. He's in a line freezing him. Just freezing their ass off because there's a protocol to the security, and they're like, okay, what's right there? So, getting there, drive a car, then a shower, then another shower, then a half shower, then a line, and then security is 1,000 things. And people are like, wow, that's history. It's history. I would go. I would go. I would go. Doesn't kiss it. And I throw my body over. It's what you can't. So that's super all understand. It's just the thing is going to be so Come back down. That's what I took. Wow. I get to raise. Just the top. It's small. That is that. Right. Like, think about that. You know, just he's the first one of the fighter. I'm pretty sure. It's not Trump. It's about the United States. I think it's about the White House. It's about the UFC. It's historic. It's also a celebrated. I'd say more. There too, right? It's like it's like it's also he's the game player. He's the master. Yeah. You're gonna miss it because you don't agree with something either. The fuck is wrong with it? Yeah, I would switch games. Yeah, I'm out. Yeah, that's what you think of me. So you're putting politics above me. I'm putting all this blood, sweat, and tears over the years to get here, and now you're gonna sit this one out. Soft shit, dude. It's just bitch shit. I love it. God, what are you doing? Well, yeah, some people just they look at it differently. I have a friend who I tell you I have an old friend, really close friend. I've known him since I was 18 years old. He doesn't talk to me anymore because he thought that my posts on my Instagram were pro-Trump, which I'm not. I mean, you're conservative or liberal. What is the subject you're talking about? What are you talking about? I don't know what I am. It depends. I'm definitely not. Unless you're definitely not a Kamala Harris supporter. No, unless you're like some crazy left-leaning, transgender kids can pick their sex. I don't think unless you're that extreme. I don't think my political point of view is very extreme at all. Do you? Like, it's my friend, I'm not 18. But some people like just decide I'm not going to be friends with that person. I'm like. And these choices, I'm like, right. I was like, well, I was a snowflake. But you also know me, dude. Like, give me the benefit of the doubt. What the fuck are you talking about? You're just a snowflake. Really weird. I would be just as excited. Shit, right? If folks know what I'm shit. I'd be just as excited if Biden was next. I can't stand it. If Kamala Harris is president, I could fight at the White House. I'm fighting at the White House. I don't give a fuck. There's a lot about Trump that bugs the shit out of me. I'm not gonna. Oh, there's his support is in the. I still have a few regrets it. Sure. He's made a critical error. I'm still gonna fight there. Look at that shit, dude. Listen to this podcast, you got a curious mind. Come on. Here's a helpful fact you might not yet know. Drivers who switch to Save with Progressive save over $900 on average, and they make it super simple. Hop over to Progressive.com and
search options tailored to your choices. Plus, you'll see which discounts you may qualify for, like the online quote discount or savings for paying in full. In fact, 99% of Progressive Auto customers earn at least one discount. See if you save when you switch to Progressive. You'll feel good about making a savvy choice. Visit Progressive.com. See if you can enjoy a little extra cash back.
Progressive Casual Insurance Company affiliates national average 12-month savings of $946 and Lightning customers should be saving for this between June 2024 and May 2025. Potential saving both here. Progressive.
At first, I didn't think it was real. I woke up to this blinding light. I was transported to another place. Pluto TV. Then I heard a voice. Thousands of movies and shows, and they were all free. It's just so beautiful. Pluto TV, free streaming after 1 or 2 free channel, the 100 X-Files may cause excitement, loss of sleep, and some belief in extraterrestrials. No credit card trailing account is necessary. Pluto TV, stream now, pay never. Here's a question for you. So, there's a woman. She was 24 years old. She met her biological father she'd never met before. He was, can't remember how much. Yeah, anyway. So, can I guess the ethnicity here? No. Couple whites. From Australia. Take it easy. And, they just connected on the phone deeply. Then they see each other. And then she's like, he's sleeping in her bed. She insisted. She's on the couch, and she goes, "What is going on here? I'm attracted to this man." And he was like, "I'm attracted to this woman. This is crazy." How old is he? I believe he would be 24 years old. Jeez. Hold on. She's 24. Right. Is that how that math works? Yeah. So, I would imagine, right? We could not have her. That has to be 24. Yeah. She's 24. He has to be 20. So he's at least 48. Right? That's right. That's correct. So, what's that? Assuming he had her at 24. Well, if she's 24, she's been alive for 24 years. So he was, he'd been 16. Correct. This is where your guys were so you don't know. Well, if he was 20, let's assume he's over 20. He's 24 years old, no matter what. Yeah, okay. So if he was 10, Chandler was probably 20. Yes. Okay. So let's call him 48. But in fact, actually, I think they were both teenagers, and the parents didn't let him have. I think that's what happened. I think it was probably 20, 19, 18, something like that. So she gets pregnant. So anyway, wait. So I know that. Huh? No, hold on. I'm not there yet. So they have a 5-year affair, and they're like, "This is so wrong," but they just connected so deeply. Father, daughter. Because it's your daughter. Yeah. So clearly you're connected. And then she got pregnant. She had the baby. Baby's out there, baby. Very healthy. The thing I'm gonna ask you is, what are we to do with this? Where do we place this? What is this? She can't go to Australia. I guess they said that you can be. That's illegal. It's illegal. You can be arrested for it. In America, too. Yeah. You can't be having your father and your daughter. You can't have that. Can't have that. All of it's wrong. But it's just in every way. It's just like, what? It's terrible. Yeah, like, there's something about that just, no matter what. No matter what. Now there are two ways that sit this with us. For me, know each other. Even for me, it's still like, it's just unnatural. And so, even though, like, there are some people that say, well, it doesn't hurt anybody, it's not wrong. For me, it's like, well, no, I can't. Now, I don't know, there's no penalties, but I understand why it's there are penalties, aren't there? Well, there is, but you probably, there it is. Adopted as a baby? Yeah. Because she was adopted? Oh, no. She was adopted. Yeah. He's her biological father. Yeah, they didn't let her mom keep her when she was younger. It's weird. I believe in that situation. You know, if you're the sometimes you just can't do it. Like, there's certain things you're not allowed to do. So you're attracted. You go like this. Watch. Moving on. He's arrested by a former girlfriend of Michael's reported our relationship with the police in Australia. Michael was arrested and later received a suspended sentence for was legally classified as incest, although because the relationship involved two consenting adults who had never known the family relationship, was referred to during proceedings as technical incest. Prince police interviewed me at the request of Australian authorities, but said he was not in the public interest to pursue charges. Yet the possibility of an Australian warrant hung over me. Something I tried not to think about. So she hadn't seen her husband, her son. She wanted to see her son who was 15. I mean, dude, I don't know. Do you know if they're still together? They met as strangers. To me though, like, to me, as a man, like this guy, I'd be like, hey bro, come on. I am sure you guys connect. Like, that's your biological daughter.
Yeah, there should be
I just think you can't do that.
There should be somebody in them that doesn't want to do that.
Yeah, you gotta go, like, again, watch. What are you doing?
Yeah, but how about this? Let's say they met just randomly. She never met him. Obviously, he gave her an adoption. They meet randomly at a bar. And then they have a 20-year marriage, beautiful family. And then they get their DNA done. Like, guys.
Okay, that's different. So
Yeah.
that you didn't know.
Is it still wrong?
Not if you didn't know.
But now you know. 20 years later, you have this beautiful family. You're living
That's crazy. That, I mean,
it's the same thing, right?
yeah, well, that I would say, I'd be like, I guess you're dealing with what you're dealing with. I mean, that would be a little bit different. Again, just don't tell anybody. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what to do with that. But I know that in this case, you got this great connection with your daughter. She's your biological daughter.
Well, they're just should have a good connection with their daughters.
It's just
biologically.
Yeah, bro. It's like there's certain things that are just unnatural, and you gotta go. No.
You must have been a shitty dad too. He's like, I've never felt this before. Love of your daughter, retard.
Yeah, well, yeah.
God, I've never felt this before.
Like, also, my thing is like, just because you feel this deep connection doesn't, you're just not allowed to do this.
What's wrong about it? What if it's your cousin?
I'm a little bit more. It's your second cousin.
If your cousin a bona fide diamond,
If it's your second, third cousin,
second, third, I got you. Virginia, it's encouraged.
yeah, there are a lot of cultures where it's like, yeah,
Second, third cousin, a little easier to swallow.
second, third cousin, your third cousin, 100%. Is that your relation? Second cousin.
What a sketch. That is weird. Did you see the story coming out? There's rumors that Joe Rogan was going to replace Anderson Cooper.
Well, CBS is run by Barry Weiss, who's like, a great journalist and, the thorn in a liberal, in the far left side.
We knew this was never going to be a thing. We're going to never entertain. I'm sure people around the world that aren't as into the whole,
Joe's also older than 57.
Yeah, but obviously it's a false rumor.
Yeah.
The Joe Rogan is not being considered to be false.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not real. They could never hire him to do that. Never. A, they can afford it. B, he would never sign up. He's completely against corporate and this big brand shit. Anybody who knows Joe, even if you just listen to the show, you saw this rumor,
He is not, I can tell you this, he is not motivated by money either. He's got enough, and there's no money, and you can throw it
I wouldn't be.
Yeah.
So I'm motivated by money. I'm just saying because he has some wealth.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But yeah, it's
You'd be like, hey, we want to give you, like, the $300 million.
This is a shitty thing that happened. So the stock, this dude has a stock that has 1.5 million followers. This
Looks like a fake.
This is a real story. So this is in China, by the way. So the dog has 1.5 million followers. This guy, he loves his dog so much, he always posts about him.
That's a great dog.
Yeah. And then when he left town, these two people, a woman and a guy, when I saw the dog on the farm, I thought it was basically thought it was a stray. They picked it up, sold it to a local market for $26, and it was eaten the next day by whoever eats that. Yeah, so that's the couple that stole the dog.
Guys, you stole that dog.
And that's a dude with his dog.
Dude, he must be heartbroken.
Yeah, but also, take care of your dog. How'd the dog get away? I mean, it's on his
Well,
property.
it's on his property.
Oh, hold on. They went to his house.
Yeah, they stole it.
His farm. His farm. And they thought it was just a stray dog. And it's a joke. And it's not a joke. It's an excuse. That's what they're telling you.
Yeah, they stole this dog.
So look at this right there.
That's a great dog.
Well, go up to that headline. It says, go right there. They're confronted the restaurant butcher who killed Shugo, hoping to recover the remains of poor fur, but was told that it was thrown in the rubbish long ago. Yeah, and even the thieves are saying, like, it's already happened, just let it go. It's an accident or something like that.
Hey, dude, you took the dog.
Like, but you could also try to don't kill cute dogs.
Man, that sucks.
Those Chinese story. Alright, here's one that's, I will say,
That's the most Chinese story ever. That's the most naval Chinese story ever. Oh,
so this is a naval employee at a base, and during lunch, I saw this, you know what kind of shark this is? You should.
tiger shark.
You see the fucking shark?
Okay, sorry.
Kentucky caught on camera. The man spotted fighting for his life in the water in the Heroic Police Parade. It happened at a naval facility.
He's in critical condition though.
Police say two staff members went for a swim in the nearby recreational marina when the shark struck, attacking one of the men, severely injuring both of his arms. First responders rushing the man to a local hospital. A naval commander saying their actions were critical.
We continue to have the safety of all our personnel paramount in all of the operations that we do on board the base.
Look at it! Oh my god!
The attack comes during a string of simulations.
It's a threat. It's a treasure shark.
A nature trail in Florida. Yes. To a fisherman hugging a great white in Nantucket.
I don't know what they're talking about.
Tonight, authorities say that naval staff member in Florida is now recovering from surgery.
A treasure shark. I think the thresher was a different. For Bruce, think they're talking about different sharks. I don't think they've actually said a thrasher. That's a thrasher. That's the only shark without long of a tail.
Yeah,
Which I've never heard of one attacking.
I haven't either.
There's no other shark with a floppy long tail.
Yeah, that is that the
That's like the no, that's not the tail. That's the fin. That's the. You'll see the long.
holy shit, that's
So you gotta get to right the end where it shows the tail. It's so. I think that was footage of a different. There's so many other sharks.
yeah, I think that was pretty
Watch it, watch it.
I think it was different.
Can you fast forward so I don't have to watch it? This is just Instagram, man.
Let's see.
It's a very short video because it does that and then it shows longer because the same video.
Man, dude.
Responders rushing the man to a local hospital. The naval commander saying their actions were critical.
We have to take it to
Safety of all our.
if that shark is in your operations that we do over there, let's watch it.
So that's not similar shark sightings.
Oh, that's just a sighting. See, that's a thrasher. That's definitely a thrasher.
This thing was probably
A bull or tiger.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that was the same. Let's see what we can do. I was saying, I've never heard of thrashers being that aggressive. Thresher. Thrasher like the band. I've seen this clip from Marcy Cavalry. I guess she has a new podcast. And just watch it on sex. She's talking about grammar, but watch it. Just listen.
Grammar on a man is a big fucking deal to me. If you don't notice the difference between there, and there, T-H-E-R-E, T-H-E-I-R-E, T-H-E-W-R-E, the difference in
Oh, wow.
there are people, no, real American people who are like then,
Well, I see like on social media comments all the time.
That's mainly the thing, but I wonder if she's trolling. She's fucked up. But if you're talking about this recent Cavalier, she's just made her forties. She's single for. She has, no, she was married to Jay Cutler, had a horrible divorce. She has 3 children. She does? Yeah, she's pretty cool. Yeah, she's not one of those. I've heard good things about her. Yeah, she's cool. Because we have a friend there, and she's cool. Yeah, 39.
She's probably smart, like one of those smart gals, you know?
Yeah, she gets smart. Yeah. This one's just kind of interesting. You know, you've heard the mayoral race. And they said that it's so shady gone now, or is this still a chance? I don't know how it works exactly, but it's so shady. So this is according to the New York Post Review. They found out that 7,600 voters were registered at a surprise. And but even if they got their votes, they weren't staying overnight. And you've seen video of them being paid $2 just to vote. So here's where it gets weird. It says U.S. attorney has announced he will investigate the findings of all the evidence to determine whether laws are broken. Nothing's going to change.
Don't underestimate how fucking dumb LA voters can be sometimes, especially the younger progressives.
No, it's not that way. This is so shady, dude. This is so shady. You don't have to have ID to vote. It's so shady. They have 36,000 votes in 2 hours.
You get what you get. You get what you get.
It's so corrupt. Let's go do this one first. So, Elon Musk is supposed to be, past the trillionaire mark, like the first ever trillionaire. This, what, in 2 days or something? June 12th or 13th? Yeah, cool. You gotta go to his life doesn't change, though. It's cool.
The 4 Comma Club.
Yeah, first member. These are synopsis. Here's the woman falling through a man. So awful. This is in Brazil. There's 2, by the way. The first one, I tried to look through the video. I could have sworn I saw it. I can't find it anymore. Yeah, but she died in New York. No, apparently it's not online anymore. It was never publicly released. For some reason, I thought I saw it. Yeah, where she stepped out of a cab. She fell right here. The timing was perfect where she stepped out of a cab. And then someone moved that man minutes ago, and then she went straight down like 3 meters, screamed for help, and then was basically burned by the steam. And she couldn't hold it all out. That was terrible shit. I thought Manhattan. Yeah, like we're somewhere. Yeah, I think Manhattan. What a terrible way to go. And this one's in Brazil. This woman's in the hospital. She's fine though, apparently now. So you just gotta avoid manholes. But boom, she's gone.
She had a second, but that's fucking nuts.
She's on her phone too, but that doesn't matter. Because you would expect manholes to be not sure. Yeah, pretty fucked up. Yeah, and then I guess the reason why this happened is because there's thieves that go down in these manholes to steal like copper wire and all that stuff. They don't replace it back correctly, so that's right. Yeah.
Manholes should they be called thin holes these days? Thank you. Kishi holes, A-holes. Non-binary holes.
You want some more of those, or how are you on time, bro? Okay, last one then. You know, for a just that new electric car, this was tough as shit. So bad. So they lost 6 to 8%. It's terrible looking car. Just 4 to 5 million euros. It's so bad. Within hours. This is a terrible looking. It was a horrible car. Horrible.
I don't get it. Why would you do that to your amazing brand?
Who decided also raise a room? But in Europe, with the electric cars, that's why Dodge got all fucked up. They hired a French guy to run their shit in Europe. They just don't understand how much people, especially in America, dislike electric cars, especially for our cars. I mean, that's pretty much it. I just want to talk about, no, not this one, the box office stuff that's happening. So scary movie. Alright. That's it. You got a plane to catch, Bubba. It's about to go to LA. So have fun, but tell your daughters and congrats.
That's right.
See you tough.
See you in a bit. I'll be in Monroe, Maryland, Googie's Joke House, July 17 and 18. Got some time.
All right, kids. Yeah, you do. I love that. All right, kids. This is the Fire Kid. We're out. The fun of the kid.
Let's do it, everybody.
I like that switch up, Bubba.
Not bad.
Boxing,
Right? I don't wear it out publicly like at the airport. I like it so cozy. I don't know what I'm going to call it.
Old trainer there.
Yeah. Well, I'm not a boxer. I told you I've worked with, I worked with this guy, Danny O'Connor, and he was just showing me some stuff. I mean, he bought a 140, right? He walks around there 165, maybe 5'8", maybe 5'9". Yeah, older. And I'm not trying to be like what I'm saying, but I realized I was trying to hit him. And I go, I can't reach you. He goes, right, you're going to reach me. And then he was just moving and then digging in my body, but not hitting me. And I went, wait, the truth is, I don't think if in our first exchange, you would knock me out. Yeah. And that's really true. Like I would throw a jab in a right hand. And I just said to my friends, I go, if you ever hear me say that I boxed, and I really mean this, if you ever hear me say I boxed, or I know boxing, I don't know boxing. I don't know anything. You don't know anything, dude. It doesn't matter how much you work on it. It doesn't matter. And I went, and guess what? I'm not going to work on it. I'm not going to do it anymore.
You know what you should do? When I say I'm sore, do you see how I was walking today? I'm so goddamn sore. I started doing those fight camp workouts where you do 20, 30, 45 minutes an hour. But they have trackers in them. Yes. Where it tracks everything. Yes. So I typed into it. I do it. Dude, I'm so sore.
So you're doing bike and then
fight camp. So you get sent to your house. It's like this big white heavy bag. You put sand in it. Depending, you should probably put 10 pounds in that. It's about 300 pounds. Right? That's not big. So you put the sand on the bottom so you can't go anywhere. Okay. Then there's an app I connected to the team because I set it outside between the team outside. Yeah. And you have a trainer that's taking you through warm up and then rounds. Really? Rounds and professionals are taking you through. Really? So it's, and you can, I was thinking, you bring up fight games, I see what you're talking about. I was thinking about you. I do train. I roll today. Okay, that's good. You would do it every day.
Yeah, I love that right there.
The white fight.
Okay, yeah, I'm all about that.
So you download the app, right? And then it says level of experience, like what kind of workout you give it. It's literally like never boxed before. Some bots, hey, I'm into it.
This category says thinks he can box.
And then it says like pro level because you're competing against a bot. You're basically competing against the computer. Now that you can set pro level, you have to keep up with his pace on the bat. Yeah.
That's going to get to you.
Oh, yeah.
And you have been doing that.
I'm so sorry. But it's also built my shoulders.
Yeah. So I will say that right now I'm in pretty damn good shape because I go to Park Type and we do these EMOMs that a lot of times Tim Kennedy will lead. Yeah. Or some other guys. And then we roll after that. And I'm good after that. And that's an hour. And that's good for
jump on that. Just do like the 45-minute pro workout. Yeah, 45-minute pro workout. Now, you know who's involved with this, right? No. Some big boys. Like Wonder Boy. Okay, John Jones. Yeah. Demetrius Johnson.
You got some people.
Yeah.
Got some people that know something about training. Yeah.
Like, Wonder Boy has a whole tutorial because you can also put the trackers for kicks too, which again, that's your shit.
That's my shit.
I know, but
one thing I see is
this is why I think you could try it. See, my son loves it because in baseball they have trackers now. So when he's sitting in the cage, they have a camera there. He can go to Fenway Field, Wrigley Park, and it shows his balls how far we go on that park. So he turns around and can feel and see how far it goes. If it was an out, double, whatever it is. So he hit a ball, turn around, flick. Kids and adults, they love when you're tracking. Sure. So with this, Tiger will punch and it'll show his how hard he punch. Wow. Yeah.
On fight camp.
Here's my thing. So it's tracking away. I like doing it too. And they're like, Dad, how can you get a punch? You know, I want to say it. But so T goes, Dad, how hard can you punch? When I was watching how much they love the tracking, how dope would this be? This time they can use these 27s. We didn't get camera. How dope would it be if they put those in? The trackers are small. It doesn't affect your glove or like that. If they put those tracking in the UFC gloves, and you can see how hard Ponton's left hook is. Oh, you got Francis Ngannou, like a Netflix. We're not to do that. I would love to see how hard his uppercut was against what was that at? What was that at? Or Deontay Wilder when he punched Chisora? How dope would that be? Would that be sick? And it's thin, dude. It's thin. It's thin. Damn. It's just for them, but not for the public.
That'd be pretty amazing. Digital loads all the time. I love it.
Yeah, man. I like the fight camp technology. Everybody trying to get that technology.
It's gonna
It's like
like
that.
rather than having robots who can
Wow,
train
you're trying to take them out. What?
when they're gonna have robots who can actually spar with.
Well, it's a movie with Hugh Jackman, and it's gay as shit, dude. Just
So
how
you
you
got
Hugh
like
Jackman.
robots where like they're teaching you and you're like,
Like,
and you're like, all right, keep taking
you
it.
ever see that movie? It's a horrible movie. Oh, I don't know what it is. My kids were watching.
I saw that.
Their boss is 6 were like, this sucks.
Yeah.
Real shit. Get the fuck out of my face.
That's tough.
Get out of my freaking face, dude. I was thinking, I gotta get, if I can't just send you one of those bags, you would use it like a mother. He was like 100% because they have, you can put the trackers on your feet for your wheel kicks.
Let's go.
That's what Tom's to teach you how to get. Let's go, dude. You might be able to do something.
Dude, I'm telling you,
I do something. I mean,
now hold on. One thing I
I
said
might be able to work out the.
here's what I said at boxing. Hey,
Keep busy.
well, no, I go. Now listen, your hands are great. My feet, that's all I do. Right? I go, you know I'm going to use my feet, right? You know, I'm going to use my feet.
The feet to get.
You know I'm a front kick.
No, this is your one, two. Your one's 1, 2. Your one's 1, 2. How about 3, 4? Yeah, you know 3, 4?
3-4 is a bad situation.
3, 4 stinky.
My back kick that goes into my roundhouse that like goes into the right.
3, 4 stinky.
And I follow up.
1, 2. 1 time. 3, 4 stinky.
Stinky, dude.
3, 4 doing stinky.
My feet are stupid.
Stinky.
Stupid stinky.
Stinky.
That's what I do.
1, 2. That keeps clean, right? Clean. Is it called a clean 1, 2? You're at a stinky 3, 4.
Here's what's going on.
I talk about a hook up with
3-4 is what sets up 1-2. Right? What happened to your midsection? Yeah, that's what I mean. So let's be serious. And there is that little front kick that gets you right. The old tip. That sucks. That shit's hurting you too. You get guys in the old archetype where they'll teep you right into the kick. They'll just do a little kickboxing. They'll be like, he's like, oh, that hurts.
As long as you know the rules, engage.
Yeah.
As long as you know the rules. Dude, I was watching Netflix County Question right now, obviously all their shit. So I was at this birthday party, get together, what's that, West? What's it called, West? Is it West Hills? Yeah, West Hills. That's what I was at. So West Hills, and I grabbed some rivals, right? So trust fund babies, really good athlete, lead of Austin.
Yes.
Talking about how they watch crime dogs. I'm like, you don't say. Because I wasn't talking, I was in the corner. And then I hear her start talking about murder. And she goes, do you know about the Austin ice cream murders? I'm like, I do. Because you watch the documentary. Oh, that's all surface level. And then she goes, yeah, but you know this doc comes out tomorrow on Netflix about the Michaelis who was murdered in Austin off Lamar Street. And I go, I don't. And she goes, oh, it's a fun story. Fun meaning you're going to be messed up in the head. Yeah, she's like, fun. It's a crazy story. We watched it last night, and it's heartbreaking because it's a family that loses their daughter. If you have kids, they showed her as a video. This girl was up, her name's Mo. Yep, her